Oh wow, I'm surprised the Quinby one got as many views as it did. I thought it was still like 7. It's nice though, it's good to see. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Hope y'all are doing well. Back on another stream, back on another one. Been streaming a lot this past week, and that's due to me not working on a video currently. I have, like I said, I have some commitments I have to attend to, like personal commitments. There you go. So content's definitely gonna be slowing down a lot. Alright, the stream's all good. You guys should be able to hear me. But yeah, no. So if there's a gap in between the videos, which there usually is, but like a bigger gap, then that's why. Again, I'll be making community posts as to how that goes. But right now, just trying to figure stuff out, because bills are scary, man. Bills are really scary. Or more the concept of missing a payment and then, oh, now I'm almost. So trying not to have that happen. But I'm almost in my mid-20s, about to be 24 this year, and I don't have anything figured out. Like that's usually what people say, that like you're not gonna have anything in your 20s figured out. Shoot, some people in their 30s don't even have it figured out. But at the end of the day, like, all you can do is just keep going forward, because what can you do, right? Like, I found myself in like this constant loop, not like of obsessing over the future, because like, I can't do much about the day coming tomorrow. All I can do is just try to wake up and face it, Lord willing, if I can wake up in general. More just like anxiety over needless things, and some important things, Overall, it's just like obsessing over it, and getting nervous and anxious over it. And some people just don't have control over it. Some people can't control that. That's why anxiety mess exists. But like, you're just trying to remind yourself and try to steady yourself to steady yourself during that time period, and just remembering that like, you're not alone. You have people that care for you, family, friends, of course God. If you're religious. And if you're not, then then you gotta remember number 2, that you have yourself as well. You individually are the only person who knows what you are internally. How you think, how you move, everything you do. You only know yourself in the truest sense, if that makes any sense. So why berate yourself? Why hate yourself? And I understand it's easier said than done. I'm not trying to belittle anybody struggle with depression, or I guess self-acceptance would be the word, because not everybody's inclined to like themselves. You don't have to. And I'm not saying you have to like yourself to the point of arrogance, like I'm the best person ever. Just more like, afford yourself some grace. You make mistakes and all that, but also understand that this is your first time going through it, and it may be the only time you're going through it. But still, at the end of the day, like, you don't know what you're doing, because who else does, right? I don't know what I'm doing. So just think about how you speak to yourself, and think about how that would sound if you were telling that to someone else, and then put that into perspective, because why would you want to hang out with somebody who talks to you like that, right? So afford yourself that same grace, that same respect. It's hard. It's really hard, definitely for some people. I would understand, but at the end of the day, like, it's one step in a giant staircase that is life, right? To be able to first accept yourself and then accept others, because how can you really love someone else if you can't love yourself, right? Because that love is hard to quantify if it isn't, in a sense, genuine. Which, granted, like, love without self-love can be genuine, but love while loving yourself is definitely better, I would say, because then it comes from a more earnest place. I almost said murk. But that's my opinion on it. Of course, I don't want anybody to think like I'm telling them what to do. More just like my perspective on it. If it comes off like I'm trying to tell someone what to do, then I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to be the case. I'm just trying to give you guys my perspective. But Of course, if you want to skip this, I don't blame you. That's me talking about that isn't why we're here. So anyways, yeah. Let's get over to it. No Merc. Alright. Yep, 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Let's get back into the voice acting mood. Oh, goodness. Okay. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. It's time to put an end to this, the show, no. It's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsumi. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Suzuta. Suffering Sasaki, selfishly sidelined! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsumi. Good morning? Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, shedding away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsumi. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly. You were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsumi? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. Enlightenment, there you go. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow you have to forgive me. You mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsumi. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. Excuse me. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright, say last one. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, Our Lady Bia, once again. This time is real. We face the Reaper. And once the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sasaki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. There you go. 23rd February, Wow, that was only like 17 minutes. 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Look at that. Everybody's here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Oh. Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my head is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me, and please, be as ruthless as you like. I don't remember what her voice was. Definitely pompous and posh, but still. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead us flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Dukes. Please, I'm a very eepy boy and I need my sleep. Has ever seen that video of Tupac and then people saying that the kid that he goes up to is Tyler, the Creator? Is he actually Tyler, the Creator? Like, I gotta know. There's no way it is, right? Like... It's crazy. Now people are talking about it, and he's right. What's it called? Tupac was only 25 years old when he passed. Like, that's crazy. But I'm almost the same age as him. It's nuts to think about. Remember, I felt the same way when I found out that, when I realized XXX Tentacion's age and Juice WRLD and Pop Smoke and all those. You know, they're famous people. You know, when you're young, you listen to the music, you don't realize like the implications of what they're doing or who they were. And you just realize like, oh, I'm the same age as him. And then once you get older and you become the same age, it's like, oh, I outlived them. But that's such a scary thought. Someone older than you outlive. That's crazy to think about. Well, anyway, that's besides the point. Now, Lord Van Dukes, what can you tell us? The prosecutor's report, please, for the court, in relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday, regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dark. That was a mouthful. Wow. Pray, allow me a moment to savor the liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And it was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxin substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsumi, is blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. It's a typical Nipponese reaction. Why are you so racist, man? Yes, it's true. The poison was found in a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window's ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, cuts. Oh, the judge is so stupid. It's so funny how when he throws his chalice, it explodes, but all the lights, all the candle lights, they're all in what are they called? Not tubes, glass containers, I guess, the way to put it. So how would they explode if the thing itself doesn't explode? Like, and the chalice itself wouldn't explode. It's liquid. Why would it do that? Well, unless if it's like an explosive liquid, but why would he drink wine that explodes? Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word for the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Oh, I'm here, and I hate this character so much. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you commend me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare. Did you have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence? Yes, but as we revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and smile, be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. Well, I forgot, keep all the upper ice coins a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have showed up, you should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting of my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further my own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death would be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, or for Lou? For Lou, or nah, I'm gonna say for lo. Nah, for Lou. For Lou, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. Objection. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently enters your body, though none was found in the tea. The tea inconsistency, let's see. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Was feigning destruction at a bait, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in tea I did pour into the moulds of soap. That's a lie and we know it. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience, huh? Quite. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Japanese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. You love pointing at me, don't you? Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The tea inconsistency. Alright, the Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. Hold it! I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsumi. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Answer the question, man. Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first "the." Oh wait, hold on. Where are you? Oh, I see. Yeah, right here. Zounds, sir! Thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did. I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Wow. Huh. Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew, though a drop of poison did bob its sweetness, as the thorn doth bob the sweet rose. But that, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. Seems in even better. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either way, or either that, or I'm in worse form. That fated evening, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse or alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. I generally have no idea what they met prior, but that was the first time they actually were friends. Like, well, not friends, but like interacted. Twas my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Hold it! Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, that doth describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched and parched would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would have sooner died frozen and quenched or parched. Right. No ice coins means no eating. The wind has had more than one brush with death in the night in question, it would seem. Remind the courts, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Just want to make sure, by the way, that it's so funny that they're cracked. Like, let me hear this one more time. One more time. It's a teacup from Mistress Natsumi was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. Suppose he must have drank the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it a little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I should have to instruct you in a proper way to make tea. Take tea, there you go. Oh, those are lip marks. Wow. Yeah, no. While fitting destruction in our debate, Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. That is a lie. Hold it! But the teacup Mr. Natsumi drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim: drink tea while it's hot. I did a gulp from the poison cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt its blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true. There was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course. I know what it is. Instead of Sydney's wise, drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make coins of ice. Hold it! Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die? 'Tis life's only choice. Yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty then in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run. I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But, my lady, wouldst thou with this pitiful... What wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Start with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance! What a harsh world we live in. Oh, well, it's deserved consequence. At the end of the day, he was stealing gas. Like, a crime is a crime, man. There's no two ways around it. Phil Shesky meets Joe Pesci. Tyler looking at a glass half empty. Went from Cock and Sebby to Dr. Sebby. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Hold it!
Soup. If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once ensnared by a literary debate, not else to be found in firms of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was stronger of the two? Still, what a weird question. Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable foe. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, must thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought I tipped be? Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So you have Tepig, Pig Knight, and Embor. Oh, interesting. Ah, lukewarm tea. Okay, yeah. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Sasaki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today... It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. It must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsumi guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Well, I mean, I can assume that, maybe this, right?
Objection!
Yeah, right? Because of the lip marks. You claim that Mr. Natsumi didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this, ye ducky-clad fiend? The 2 teacups in the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between the 2 of them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's clearly a visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsumi's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsumi told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea. What's it hot? That's right, yes. The jury, Mr. Natsumi was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. As if you claim in your testimony. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After the several hours, the tea was left standing. Well, I guess I got there some way or another. Not the reason I was thinking, but it works. But, in short, oh wow, wrong character. In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Again. Get thee to a nunnery!
Objection!
He's gonna ask me to prove it. As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Is that true? I wish I counted. You might, yeah, why are you drinking in court, man? That's still crazy to think about. I really like this thumbnail, I'm sorry. It's something about it. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in a small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. That sounds so sketchy. What are we talking about, Tom? Wow. Nah, hold on, man. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine eyes that night. What? Forsooth, thou was mistook. I did plan to use the tea from Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty, or 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege does suggest. And you just subtly remember now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched his courts. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Okay. No! What's this mean? To declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from a bit about the demon gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Gobbery Ale House that night, Not did pass my lips. With the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called a salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But your gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishments 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray you wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. That's what Subaru said. Jurors all, your humble servants Shamspeare doth entreat to you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. I am getting real sick of this game, I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna have to say that in the second game. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense law. What? Alright, man, sure, go ahead. Keep talking, bro, keep talking. Just wait till the end of the trial. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know that waif there were... We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says if he's still in gas, he deserves a poisoner. He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that, like at all. You guys are making leaps and bounds. Stop doing tricks on it. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We reached a decision this time, but we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No, you can't yet? That was bad. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Even she
Guilty.
agrees?
Guilty!
Aw, buddy. Of course. I hereby declare the jury to be with one accord. Oh, happy day. You're a sick man. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My little friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. Yo, no, we can't be serious. Hold on a second. You expect a lawyer. I don't even know if Naruhodo gets paid. But you expect him, not even a lawyer, Naruhodo, to give up and turn his belly upward? All because of adversity? You don't know him well enough then. I guess this is technically the third trial that he's known him. Or met him. But still, this is disrespectful and an affront to his character. A mischaracterization. Excuse me, a flanderization. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Stupid teapot, bro. I'm literally about to crash out. I'm about to 808. The jury's contentions. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's obvious. It's absolutely lethal, gases. Gas doesn't come free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the team my wife sews up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else past the victim slips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? He's the only one that made sense. Him and the first one. That's it. Well, yeah, don't you think that something should be done about that? Anyways, I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never. This trial is really frustrating me. I can't believe this. But never mind. No, you should really mind. The truth is, the Carter argument wasn't as unsaleable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. That is true. Undeniably, that is true. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There could be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? Well, it's up to you. I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that the court demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with this summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. Alright. Yeah, I'm a man of logic, yep.
Hold it!
Speak to me, dog. All the evidence, you say? That's right. Oh, that's right. No, that's right. And there's no room for doubt. So I'll point at the Japanese man with the big mustache. That's the Englishman with the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. When we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. To start with, though, we need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
What does that have to do with the trial? This isn't a time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, well, what a beastly man. The unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable! You are talking about the wrong person here. No, Mr. Nasumi isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Nasumi hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. I can't oh my goodness. I can't stand some of these people. Genuinely can't. That stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gas. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas anytime. You take poison. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. We have got to be stupid. There's no way. What if... You're right. I didn't consider that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. Could use someone like you as a company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business on the middle of the trial, but that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it to run a city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
For the love of God, please could we refrain from all this gas talk? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here or there is nothing in comparison. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the threat of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What, huh? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? I wonder if there's such a thing possible. Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that? Juror number 3. Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. Wait, did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. Do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. And he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. So what do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously there's gas in the pipes. It's at fairly low pressure. By blowing air to the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down a pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker. They went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, so almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requested you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do! That's a company's secret method of identifying the rogues that... Identifying the rogues that try to diddle us! Like I said, ma'am, it's widely known already. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble.
Objection!
Oh, I was wrong, yeah. Thought I was onto something, but I guess not. Never mind. Alrighty.
Hold it!
Let me press them. When you say... Oh, I didn't even read what it said, actually. Oh, yeah, no, I just made a mistake. I just realizing, like, why didn't I press them first before I did that? That doesn't make any sense. There you go. Okay. Blow too hard into a gas pipe, you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building, because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Indeed, that's been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving a gas stove going on inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all these strange occurrences. Yeah, I already read yours, so let's just keep going then. Let's keep going. Truth be told, my wife does look sketchy. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. It's most troubling indeed. There's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, you see, and I see her doing it. My wife, she gets that devilish look on her face, and she sips some white powder into my cup, and you drink it anyway. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cup while you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, you believe me, or believe you me. Salty as hell. I think your wife just put salt in your tea, bro. Can't lie to you. I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Yeah, this is useless. Nothing else past the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim could have shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? I'm sorry, what's that now? Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else that night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? That is an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. What are the other jurors who would appear to have anything to say about the case at all? It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose, Beatrice. The trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Oh, this is hopeless. I hate it. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsumi's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Seki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. Probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my sister may be able to offer. So perhaps I'd like to just remind me. Then again, nah, I'm good. I don't need a tutorial. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo. Alrighty, well.
Objection!
There you go. juror. That's what it was. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Well, yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsumi's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What explanation? I wonder. The police checked the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall lights to the scene, to see if there were any traces of poison there. I was curious to see what your floundering will result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard had enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. There you go. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I have to say to thee, sir. I gotta get out of the stream to Can you believe it that we're already 6 VODs in? By the 6th stream of the last game, we were already on case 3 if I remember. 6, yeah? Or just beginning case 3. So let's see how far we get. I did want to try to finish this case tonight, but it also depends on if I can. I thought I'd been quite clear. Let me put it another way. The strike 9 could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Are they thirsty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Where's the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Are you people stupid? Are we actually this dumb? Perhaps no actress will perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lip... Wait a second, hold on. Wait a second. That explains it, of course. Wow, alright. What a man, what a guy. That Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. Those are empty assertions. You filled your cup just to throw it again? There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. There is. It's truth. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. I have evidence to prove it. Alright. You got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. There's the proof that time and again, Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of the gas lamp. Over here jerking his Jimmy, what a freak.
Take that!
What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Ah, yes, it's skin prints. They were found at the scene. Skin prints, Council. I never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, there's an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. He reveals all the places that Mr. Shakespeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. That's the black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. Her eyes are beautiful. I want to mention that. I wish I... Well, not... Well, I could do that now, actually. Quimby. Yep, brown, blue, yellow and green, brown. His eyes are always closed, so it's hard to tell. Okay, yeah. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shakespeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Or in the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it. The gas lamp. But the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights into the... He said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out. And gas to start leaking into rooms. There you go, excuse me. Obviously, the incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe into here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I'll acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What's the meaning of this, Lord Fenseeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in the court. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time in his hands. Oh wow, you hate him, don't you? Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But, please, my lord, if I may say, Miss Susatel, it was as the defense's intention to submit skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. She's on to something. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3, you're goated. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. What's the matter with you two? What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair to think. There you go. It's not fair dinkum evidence. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was you. That was all you. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Nasumi's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no. It was you who identified the clue after all. It's very much your success. Put pressure on him. Apply the pressure with the BBS. Why, Mr. Shakespeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. She's adorable. Very well. Continue, counsel. Very interesting. All the evidence, you say? There you go. There you go. Okay. Let me read it then. Something did change. That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache. Nope. It says the English man with the bigger mustache, or mustache, I guess. But the defense has just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. Numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And that Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question. It can't be denied that there's a possibility that that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that's. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. As the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? Let's not prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. This is Naruhodo. We can't substantiate our position. I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shansu really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I actually don't know. I feel like I don't have any evidence that can support it right now, so I'm gonna say supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garrett residence that night, namely, Mr. Garrett himself.
Take that!
Or not. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Garrett. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess the only person that I could have been would have been Sasaki, I see. Yeah, I got the wrong guy.
Take that!
There you go. Alrighty. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsumi himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsumi said the following. My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on the fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. That Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. What will you do that for? Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there's more to this case than meets the eye. Tip your hat. Come on, tip your hat. Never mind. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. There you go. It's 4 out of the 6. As 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord, we've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Ooh, pointing straight at the judge. No fear, as the defense has rightfully indicated. The summation examination has concluded with the majority of the juries altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can I, humble Shamspeare, serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God meant me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Me? As I went to some pains to point out already. A print from a self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas up with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
He has a point, unfortunately. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection!
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, certain members of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to be... Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your imagination to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making an analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated a man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe work where he lived? There's only one possibility I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Now that is a hefty accusation. But then again, he's not wrong. There's no way that, like, what else would he use it for? Why would he be blowing gas into someone's room just to mess with them? That doesn't make any sense. That's a crime. Like, it has to be murder. Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler, now that we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shansbury wanted to end a life, of course.
Take that!
Second. Yep. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't a landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shansbury tried to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fantasies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill him. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to place the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shansbury's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally. The sole possible answer to that question could be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsumi. Whatever Mr. William Shansbury may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsumi. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert the suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive from the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever before. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. This may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So you must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsumi of guilt. You mean, name the true culprits? I know it must sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. Ooh, look at that little turn. As it happens, once a possible culprit does come to mind, the evidence, the poison, is not pointing at a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct decision this time, Mr. Foreman. Don't you worry.
Objection.
We know exactly what. There's one other person I believe who could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives. My Nipponese friend. Yeah, stop calling me that, man. Like, this is beyond discrimination. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. You'll regret it. Tell us, my little Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is this so-called true culprit of the crime?
Take that!
You claim. Well, I guess I was wrong. Oh well. Never mind. Alright, no, I would not have gotten this person. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even with what happened last stream, I would not have assumed. Oh wait, no, actually I could have. Now with hindsight, I could have. Well, it's whatever. Who cares? Makes sense though. Like, we were looking for motive here. And I was looking in the wrong direction. I thought not Mr. He doesn't deserve my respect. William Shakespeare would have laced the pipe with poison himself to try to set up like a crazy plot or loophole. But no, it makes sense that this person would be there. It's you.
Take that!
Yep, olive green. And even the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in recent past, Council. I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Friar Road, the one that we also were there for, an incident of which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, when the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in a hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison! And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, judging by the look of Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my little Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that, thank you. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Oh my goodness, man. Good lord. Excellent. I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at present, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. I'm not stopping there. I am going to continue. We're almost done with this case. We are. But I want to get a little snack, so I'll be back. Dun, 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 dun. We're in it for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary pals at that. We are in it for the long haul. So hope y'all are ready. Okay, thank goodness. Alright, luckily it didn't catch that. Alright, because I thought for a second that I was listening to The Weeknd. Not because I was just. Let me explain this. Alright, I wanted to see how many streams Cry For Me has on Spotify, and it took me to the song instead of just showing me the streams. So I was wondering, like, oh, did it actually play? I didn't want to get copyright struck, so. It's better to just look it up because I'm not finding it here. How many streams do you have? Almost 400 million, I see. For me, how about this one? That's like 100 million, right? 200 million, yeah, that makes sense. How about you? How many you have? Yep, that makes sense. You don't love him. You don't love him. You don't love him if you're thinking of me. There you go. Alright. Okay, back to it. Should open up the window because it is pretty hot. There you go. How long was that first section? Okay, you know, almost 2 hours, an hour and a half around there. I'd say roughly accurate to what? To how long it took me to finish that. Say like, I stopped around like an hour and 45. Anyways, 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks! Oh, aren't you excited? Well, I guess if you're not deemed guilty immediately, then that's something to be excited for. Oh, Mr. Natsumi, I'm so pleased for you. Locum Student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and now Locum Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last there could be proof. Proof that I'm innocent. and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Sherlock Holmes. You may drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent, sir. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. 2 hours late. Almost 3. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. We're still time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort, except for me. I did think that. I will not lie. Yes, he has some fat breasts. It's your boy Reese. I just got some neck. There you go. Yeah. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. Sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People are asleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the result? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. Very shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Wow. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation, my dear fellow. Oh, that, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Ah, yes, so one more thing. Do you remember this? Yes, of course. It's the poison Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. I gotta look this up because I've been wondering this whole case. Is strychnine a real poison? Like, is it just like a gas thing? Because like gas poisoning is a real thing. I just don't know if like by this point in history they know that. I think I looked this up before too. Yeah, I think I did look this up before. Maybe remember. I'm gonna yeah. So I was right. Perhaps, though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but looking the inside of the neck is not recommended. The bottle of poison has been entered into the court record. A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with the traces of slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Can I have a word? Never mind, that's not who I thought it was. Could I have a word? Gregson, now how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Look on your face, I say it's someone else, so you think he's making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not even here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have results, Inspector? Of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room? A man by the name of... yes, Selden. I went to the archives at the yard and took out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I'll copy out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. The capital offender's file has been entered into the court record. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. You know it's a serious case when you get evidence midway through the trial, or during the recess. It's crazy too, because like, usually this would be a case 3 for a game. This is... Excuse me, sorry. This is massive for a case 2. There you go. The cap, yeah, whatever. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Let's give it a read right now, actually. Examine. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strike 9. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look. You must be tempted to try it. Of course not. As long as you don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. Oh, Suzuto's adorable. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Miss Suzuto. That's adorable. Alright. Okay, investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Wow. Goodness, wow. Died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains uncovered. Yeah, okay. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester strange ways, prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by shouts of his fellow cellmate and medical staff arrived to find him already dead, but his capital punishment. Yep, I already read that. What does it says? Yeah. It's weird that they would put it twice. Must be a reason for that. I rearrange everything in the core record so we don't have a duplicate. Well, there you go, that's why. So we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us this copy of his important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows. The inspector here is a shining diamond and it's crowned. A shining diamond? Oh, crazy diamond! A shining diamond. In the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. He's such a tsundere, that's crazy. Counsel for the defense and the defendants. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. I know it's a different voice from what I gave him earlier, but my headcanon was that the first guy with the mustache is saying it, and then this guy's saying something different. Well, I shall leave you then. Publishing with the interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sharps. I'm at the tide of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, the best of luck to you. Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, wasn't that silly? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green, Mr. William Shamsby. This is gonna be a final battle. I won't really have say. Excuse me. I won't really have saved Sasaki-san until I expose the total truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. February, 12:30 p.m. Old Bailey courtroom. Oh no, she's right. Wow. Yeah, the newspaper clipping is gone. Okay, that's cool. She's right. Shout out Suzuto. Best judicial assistant ever. Well, I guess she might be the only judicial assistant ever because I don't think Maya was one. She was just a spirit medium, if I remember correctly. There you go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. I will destroy you. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. However, the cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zieks, is this new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring in the witnesses. Alrighty. They really let anybody bring in anything. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For my occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. I have no idea what this word means. Cottery? That'll be my guess. Cottery, you know? Also currently unemployed. I was right. It is cottery. Mr. Shakespeare, my lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant. Intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes? You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you expect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago. That's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I am under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. The energies may be spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel. Miss Green. Maybe better spent, there you go. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean nobody relieved that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. But what happened 6 days ago has something to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road that evening, Oh Lord, alright. Calm down. And take it slow. Okay? There's no need to rush. Okay. on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. The evening of the 17th of February. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along alone in the snow, when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area, had little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyways, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. Only one could presume that this is the most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare. 'Twas the following morning when I did awaken that I learned all the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor above mine. Once Sasaki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As expected. There's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it seems as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. There you go. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along the Yep.
Hold it!
I'm unacquainted with the case. I'm sorry I had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find out the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident had been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it was a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so, thank you. Before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you happen to walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture. When this is a student of art, city-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I been like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been less grading term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide when she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamsphere, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? Excuse me, sorry. There you go. Sorry about that. I had to take a minute detox. It's just need a little phone break. There you go. Anyways, 'twas be my pleasure, sir, or sire. I was at the tavern at the eve of which thou speakest. speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. What the hell? What does that mean?
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the slug and salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. A little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Vantiques? The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true. The menu lists premium crusted bread and glasses of water, and different levels of... What? What do you mean different levels of cloudiness? What? Why would you want your water to be cloudy? I guess it's just more like... Nah, I still don't get it. I don't get why you would... Glasses of water and different levels of cloudiness. Doesn't make any sense. Like, why? Shoot, man, whatever. Had to pull that up. Okay. I would have expected Grub's grubbery and the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and peas like bush. All equally appetizing. Very much so. Very much so. I just want to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Apparently different levels of cloudiness. But perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shanspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. I'm gonna say no for now. I wish we did, but sadly, I can't think of anything at the moment. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shanspeare went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely. If that is all in this matter, Counsel, but ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. It was the first time I've been in this area. Had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? That's nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shakespeare, you have something to share with the courts. To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's words springeth from me within me never a thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. See, I haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in a room just one floor above yours. Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before contained a note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes. I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. I was surprised that it wasn't there before. I guess not. But then again, it wouldn't make sense for it to be here until now, so that makes sense. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Miss Green's card has been entered into the court record. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Yep. Got it in one. No, not people, not PP. Come on, bro. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah. What is it? The way the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh! You don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly. That's it. Try to bash them up. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. There you go. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with a torn off piece of evidence found at the scene of the crime. A ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. It fits perfectly with an envelope in Miss Green's possession. Now, continue with the testimony, please, Miss Green. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. I did not mean to. Wow. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. You pursued Mr. Shakespeare wonderfully there. It worked out well, hasn't it? With a new clue, we have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you managed to expose his promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Oh. Yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Now I need a really insightful objection. That's so funny.
Hold it!
Yes, You didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, didn't you? In the early hours. Exactly. So how could I have done... How could I have had anything to do with it? And you still haul me in here to court like this? Honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit. Well, but you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my little Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out to you that the jury's extradition will be final. You're really up against the wall here. Man, I can't stand Shamsphere. I can't stand him. I can't stand Spider-Man. Oh man. There you go. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, sire? On the day in question, it's not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize. For a very particular reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. I thought I was going to cut the music, that would have been perfect. Very well, I present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day.
Take that!
Ooh, it faded out instead of cutting. That's really good. I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord. Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of the utmost importance. Mr. Shamsphere, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsphere? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. Does it have anything to do with this old man, does it? Well, well, you would think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? Or may you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the particular notes. This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Hold it!
I think you said you received that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or the address in the envelope. It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please? A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I did. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. He wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest. But in the end, I decided to go. So you found out what the information was. Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight. Once on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my little friend hopefully remembers. Yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. This is a difficult one. I don't know what. No. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah. Yeah, never mind. I just forgot that detail. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, the note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that happened to me. Yes, it's terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Oh, where did you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shakespeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? No, well, your actions that afternoon follow the instructions and notes of the letter. Come in a slug and salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shakespeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? It's very odd tell that you're looking at him. And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry. Oh, you did what? Sorry. Thou hast what? You broke... thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. And I hope you cry for me like I cry for you. Miss Green. Yes? We'll see out the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in court of law will be duly punished. Shut up and get in the back of this dually truck. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give your former testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Vroom. The anomaly of the notes. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that note was delivered onto me. Per adventure, not pre. Sorry. I really can't tell if this person's thing is it or not. So I'm just gonna say no. Or I'm gonna say yes it is. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Southern Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see that note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As for the torn off piece of that... Wow. And as for the torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Very abstinent to both of them. You now claim to have received the letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? There you go. Hell, this stuff I gotta see. sorry, give me 1 second, please. Ooh, okay. Sorry about that. I got a phone call and I had to attend to that real quick. So, sorry for me leaving so much right now. Feels like I'm streaming Steins Gate all over again for how much I'm leaving. Anyways, though, I am locked. I am here to finish this case. So we're not stopping until we do. Hollywood Code. Anyways, this ball. Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern at night, I have not laid eyes upon it. There you go. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair if you think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon. I'm just a fletching artist, I said. And fletching artists don't lie. That is a lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. That's true, Miss Green. How you explain the facts? It's part of the envelope was, without question, but Mr. Ship. I don't see why I should explain. Huh? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Because of course, it's always up to me, the lawyer, and not the detective. I'm about to lose my mind, bro. Would you like or foom? Very well then, the defense will not proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room. There could be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. It's not a pretty one. Yeah. So he's starting to look like it. Alright. Shut up. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Oh yeah, speak Romanian right now. I bet you don't even know what Romanian is. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as my own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? To be fair, if I can be honest, I don't know any of my neighbors by name. My parents do, and that's just the culture that they're a part of, and also the era that they grew up in. But I know nothing about my neighbors. Let alone the ones that live in the same house as us. It's insane. So I can't even blame him. This is a believable lie, at the very least. Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, You followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Mary, not will have a better me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. Excuse me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, and nobody came.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Yeah, man, have less confidence. I'm sure we'll believe you that. Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone. Goodness, excuse me. I was not alone that night at the slug and salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a ew. Oh, ew, man, just say you ate. Oh, that's disgusting. And mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sir, flies. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? You're saying Oberon came to taunt you, bro? I highly doubt it. I know what you are, and you're a fraud, that's what you are. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong with me? I have no idea. No clue. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see that the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I gotta make sure I'm pronouncing this right, because it feels like it's bothering me. Because I know it's never, but like ne'er, right? Yeah, ner. Or ne'er. Yeah. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. Like what, man? Like what? Like, you know, skeeving off your gas bill? In other words, you didn't notice. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your routing to the tavern and Mr. Natsumi's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. I can't stand you. And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Champspeare's room. Yes, of course. It's some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? Shawty, don't talk to me. I don't know you. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. That's gotta be like one of his favorite phrases. Pray forgive the discourtesy, and you would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What sort of Antique's getting at? You have a point, though. I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? See that this note... See that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, ended up in your possession. There you go. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's
Objection!
lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, the tenor and lesser involvement in the case can be proven in some other way. Any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could have only come to be in possession of this note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. I can point out the villain here and ask for the torn off piece of the envelope. I don't know anything about it. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fletching artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fire! Fire for that. Fire for that. Fire for that. Fire! This fletching doth readily cast aspersions upon my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart and poor woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fletcher like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until that instruction hereafter by death. Oh the days, oh the years, alas to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. Is it your chance to shine? I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Suzuto. No, as far as I can tell, one thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two or more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination will change how we look at this case completely.
Objection!
Nah, I wasn't right. I'm lucky. No, wait. Instead of that, what if it's this?
Objection!
Yeah, it was the poison. Of course, alright. Completely forgot about that. Let's do it. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shum's chemistry set. When I'm voice acting Naruhodo, and granted, I'm not a voice actor, I just like putting on voices because it's fun. I try to make sure that there's a distinction between Naruhodo the lawyer and Naruhodo the what's it called? Just the foreign exchange student, right? Because like, you know, when he's around Sholmes, Iris, Suzuta, all those kooky characters, he's just a normal guy. Like he's just having a fun time. He's sassy, he's quirky, all that stuff. But Naruhodo the lawyer is a different man. That's the man closest to, not Suzuto, closest to Asogi. That man's a demon. He's a demon. But it's not always at the start. It's around this part of the trial when he locks in. According to the defense's independent analysis, I read that. The liquid that was still in the bottle was identified. Strike 9. What? Strike 9? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear. Mr. Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room. It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me. Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, it's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on the account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents are being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspear's address. More activity? Yes. Even his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsumi, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. As the defense has already proposed. Mr. Shamspear was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsumi's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating his occupant, or the occupant. But once Mr. Natsumi had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear had no reason to blow the air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsumi's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsumi returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. Excuse me. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary, jeez, gee, good lord, she's so small. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? Excuse me, sorry. The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slugget Salad at 5 o'clock. And that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for these instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger will not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say, that's the letter? It was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? What did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all of this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, took up the residence in the lodgings of Mr. Garrett's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. But those ring a Ah, yes, of course, I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by the convict's curse. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing a gas leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you. Duncan was. Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. fiance? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mrs. Shamspeare. But she's not exactly who you are all along, because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mrs. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Well, yeah, I guess hers would be attempted murder. Yeah, it would be attempted murder. Yeah, I'd say so. Yes, my lord. That is correct. Inhaling so deeply, it appears to my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lump of dubious gases, causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill those lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to prove a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. I am the cooker. I love to cook. You have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you think I'm being very rude, but it's a shield. Wow, that's so cute. She's going to bat for her husband or fiance. I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear the poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around. That's all. Yeah, we gotta be joking. Sorry? You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, villainous! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of a... Wow, that's disrespectful. But in any case, when I... Whoa. Whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks and the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of a woman! We will consider you trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? There you go. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph in an empty tin box. Oh yes, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it. Yes. This rather nice key. Wow, I wish that scream was voice acted, because that went... Look at this, this is crazy. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, What's all this about? He inherited the key. It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this instant, or give it back this minute. Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the lives of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first, but considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? And you recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the courts in support of your claim. What is it that you can say? What is it you say could explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden. The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and defendant Mr. Natsumi have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum of £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Is there an... usually sorry. It's written in his file here. I know George Kittle and Tyrese Halliburton were friends. That's cool. I wonder when George Kittle was drafted. I think he's older, like definitely older. He's 32. 2017, that's what it was. Juwan Jennings. Tyrese Halliburton is 26. Yeah, there's definitely a gap. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. I mean, probably pay attention. A dozen pounds lost en route to hell. That's how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the Capitol Defender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? Tis a false charge, I tell you. A false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his own death is noted in his file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, having established that, I'll let Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of the prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrett's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man wasn't able to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. When he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Saseki Natsumi, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use this ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to ask Mr. Natsumi. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... That's cold. That's cold. Alright, I gotta read this. Let's see. I gotta give him a good voice. All I ever have is the Gregson one and Gina's voice, so. Looks like I'ma snuff it before they get to stretch my neck. Listen, I want you to have my loot. Or I want you to have my loot. Anything, but stop the couples getting their mitts on it. It's easy. It's eating in. I'm forcing it a little bit. Let me try it normally. It's eating in my room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shakespeare. He's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shakespeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest a victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of the loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all I need to do is find it first. A fine plan. But we're not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. I mean, yeah, we have a key now. Of course that would change things. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. Here's the final piece in this complex puzzle. I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think you may have something that can help us find where the loot is. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue to where it's at. Give us a clue to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same techniques once already, and it definitely paid off. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we use in order to locate the hidden piece of the deceased convict's haul? There's no way, right? That sounds dumb. That sounds dumb. There's no way. I'm gonna see. Ah, no, I was right. Never mind. I thought it was I thought it was this, but yeah, they were thinking about the handprints.
Take
Never
that!
mind. Yeah, that makes sense. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Herlock Sholmes, or Mr. Sholmes. Oh wow, he's mocking right now. What's going on? A great detective? Is this some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Zeek's then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go on my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. There you go. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used a teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. When he sample to help locate Selden's loot, as said in his old room. What form will the sample take? Huh. I don't know, this is difficult. Huh. It seems like I have to do something for an achievement. Actually, just realizing this. Oh, I forgot. I'm playing a stream. All right. We need something off of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. This makes sense. Actually, not thinking about it. Yeah, the key, of course. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court's record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain the possession of the late convict, Selden, to create an indicator solution? So I know it seems stupid, just
Take that!
go with me here. There you go. The noodler. Yeah, it's Miss Green.
Take that!
Makes sense. Because of the key. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Shom's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamspear has one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen worth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mrs. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. So, only one thing left for you to do. And admit your guilt. Well. Oh, shameful spear, despair. Be thy name! He's dead. My goodness. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsumi. What unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when a Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. There we go. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, when the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted and returned to his room, he once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet from Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. And there you go. Now we get the second part. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply at my new lodgings are quite... Oh, excuse me. He's a youngin', he's 21, so... Let me see how long have I been going for. 4 hours. Yeah, it's a pretty long one, so... How long is this one in comparison to the last one? So let's see. The last 4-hour stream I did, besides the 7-hour one, was yeah, the beef stroganoff one. But yeah, this is the second longest stream for The Greatest Attorney, like both games, bar none. This is definitely it. Granted, yeah, I mean I left for like 20 minutes, a collective 25 minutes, so it's a lot of time in between, but still. There you go. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please. I'll stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms in my house. Oh, excuse me. There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. we'd say we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? That was the last time we ever spoke. The very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is a bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. I sat myself down next to him. He had some uttery-looking superstar to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you. Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there. He's trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because of the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas. I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem here. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I heard about how this company goes around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? A rumor? Ah, you mean... Yes. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems. About how they go around checking the pipes. Or if it connects to the gas, could be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Black market? I've never been. I just heard people talk about them. You can really buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on it so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? Your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected a man of tampering with, and wait. Oh goodness. Mr. Shakespeare was innocent. Nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough to go, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. all the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord? I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It had been a long road, my liberty's friends. Oh, yes. And when I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green. Yes, my lord? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. And the subsequent murder of Mr. Sasaki Natsumi here present. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, I like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shakespeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mrs. Sasaki Natsumi. Yes, my lord? The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly... Oh, wow, wrong voice. Excuse me, sorry. Tired. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. Wow, wrong voice again. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned. Alrighty. 23rd of February, 3:24 p.m. Damn, wow, we were in there for a minute. Now thinking about it. Well, 3 hours. But that's gotta be so taxing. Being in court for basically 8 hours. 7, 8 hours around there. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh. I forgot honestly Saseki was a character in this court, in this trial, for how crazy the second half of this case got. Oh yes, at last, divine justice duly done. Divine justice, my dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Look who's to Mr. Naruto Esquire. Once again. A lady beater once again. You saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help Mr. Natsumi. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore fruits of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind a wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wherever one goes in the world, human's a human. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. Well, I started to see that, and I've kind of understand something. I worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Yep, still the way it could end, right? Just so we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug on my heartstrings, it really does. But I decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts. I think I'm gonna call it ReZero. Oh my! You'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsumi. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? Well, that is precisely your definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, I don't understand. I'd like to try my hand at writing, and the delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. There is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Now it's the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sasaki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was reading on that report that Professor Mikotoba prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Suzuto-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Today, 5th of February, 10:13 a.m. was in Natsumi's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Was this supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Oh, look at that, it's Iris. Grexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily. And perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the? What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It looks huge though. Look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed? What the heck? What's going on with my phone? Oh, have you noticed the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I didn't notice that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It could be valuable evidence after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Can you got my hands off of that, you lot? Hand it over, now! Never seen a collar that large before. Now those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. You look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of the month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man in the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. I would please, Iris. Yes? What is it, Hurley? I'm sorry. You cannot write about this case. It is out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. I shall have to insist you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Well, there you go. Dun 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 dun. That is the end of Case 2. Oh lord. This is gonna be a long game, isn't it? It's gonna be a real long game. Case 3, right? Yep. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Yes, there you go. So, yeah, Case 3 is gonna be really long. I remember it because it's a very important case in this story of both games, honestly. But yeah, if you liked the Magundo one, or excuse me, not Magundo, McGilded one, you're gonna love this one even more. It's crazy. But yeah, no, Case 2. I will definitely say it is better than both Case 1 from the first game and Case 2 from the first game, along with Case 1 from this game as well. That ending is just too good. Like, Shamspear and Miss Green, like, their deception was super, super interesting. And just how the second honestly, the second investigation and the second trial was just really good. Just really, really good. The first investigation was good. The first trial was alright. Nothing crazy, really. But, like, that second half of the case was amazing. It was really good. But, yeah, no. Honestly, let me see. How long was the first game from my channel? Playlist. So, The Greatest Attorney was... There you go. There it is. It was 18 streams. In reality, it probably would have been 16 to 17, but you know, 18 streams. 18 streams and 18 streams. This game is already 6 streams. It is on pace to keep up with the first game, but it's because this game is longer by far. It's definitely longer. But oh man, I'm sorry. I keep looking at the thumbnail I made for this video. Or this stream, and even though it's nothing crazy, well, Yeah, no, it's nothing crazy at all. It's just that this game has amazing art. It's really good. And if I'm being honest, this picture, if I made a video on this game, could be a thumbnail. It's not going to be, because it's just not. Case 2 isn't important to the rest of the game in terms of like scale compared to the others, so it just wouldn't work. But this thumbnail is so hard. I love this thumbnail. It's so good. It's so good. I might start doing that with this game where I give some key art, some thumbnails, you know, if I can't find a character art. But yeah, no. I think I'm gonna end it here for now. Yeah, no, I'm gonna end it here for now. It was fun. I had fun. I would say, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Next stream, I have no idea, but at the very least, next stream it will be Case 3, so I hope you all are excited for that when we get to that. But yeah, until next time. Next video, again, repost when that happens. But yeah, we'll see you all in the next one.